Hit the button, Ted.
Alright, Ted's hit the button.
Yeah, there is only two. Yeah, there's only two parked up down there.
Very good morning, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Welcome back to Lakenheath. Coming back to now sunny Suffolk. It was foggy Suffolk earlier. Well, probably just here actually. But there we go. Hope you all had a great weekend. And welcome back. Thought I'd start as we ended from last week. Hoping to see some F-15s because I'm getting a bit of F-15 fever here.
Additional aircraft, waiting with destination, Indian outbound, altimeter 3027.
That might need to just calm down a little bit there now. Can just about hear an F-15. Just about here a little startup. This is our squadron leader Ted Coningsby enjoying the sun, and I know that bears love basking in the sun. Look, Ted, can't do that, mate. You're live. Yeah, okay, mate. So, yeah, Ted caught off guard there, but I don't blame him. I remember my cat used to do that. He used to just go outside and roll around in the sun, which, yeah, the right thing to do, really. Absolutely. Welcome to the show, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to RAF Lakenheath, and I hope you all had an absolutely fantastic weekend. I'll tell you what I'm not used to is seeing the car park pretty much at 25% capacity. It's different, but there we go. I have missed also the early starts as well, but hope we're all good. They are taxiing now, by the way. There are F-35As spooling and taxiing as we speak, so we might there we go, right on cue as well. There's trouble. The 495th Fighter Squadron, the Valkyries, Mala Ipsa Nova. Interestingly, both the 493rd and the 495th, not only do they fly the F-35A, but they sport Latin for their mottos. The other two squadrons do not. They don't have a Latin motto. So the 495th and the 493rd both have Latin mottos. Mors inimicus, if I've got that right. Yeah, I think that just literally is say it how it is. Death to the enemy, just like that. No messing around, just like that. And then bad news itself for the Valkyries. The Valkyries arrived on the 15th of December 2021 with the F-35A, making Lakenheath the first USAF unit wing to operate the F-35A. A year after that, 2022, the 493rd transitioned to the F-35A as well, saying goodbye to their beloved F-15 C and Ds. Quite a bit of trouble. Taxiing now. So you can see two F-35As on our screens there. There's definitely more spooling in the distance in the background there. Runway 5 in use. I'll tell you what, it's turning out to be a very lovely morning. That is just a gorgeous morning at the moment. The F-35A, with the world's most powerful jet engine in a fighter jet, the Pratt & Whitney F-135 PW100, producing a whopping, and it is a huge turbofan, at 43,000 pounds of thrust. There isn't a single jet engine that powerful in a single fighter jet.
Runway 5,
The wind is extremely calm. The F-35A with the three other, well, in total 3 variants. This one is the A variant, the CTOL version, conventional takeoff and landing. All 3 can produce max speed of Mach 1.6. The F-35A can pull the most G's at +9, and it's the only one which makes it a distinguishing external visual feature that you can tell them apart, and that's the GAU 22 25mm cannon, which sits blended and lovingly on the port side, on the ridge where the wing meets the fuselage. It's quite a long contour. So there's 4 F-35As. Now they weigh around just over 29,000 pounds of thrust. Sorry, they weigh just 29,000 pounds. But has an engine, like I said, a huge turbofan punching out 43,000 pounds of thrust. There's still more to come out, as I can still hear the Pratt & Whitney engine. Hope you all had a great weekend, and start as we meet to go on for the week. Don't forget, ladies, gents, teddy bears, to do your checklist. That's right, do give us a thumbs up, do hit that notification bell button as well, and do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. So start off by hitting that like button, give us a thumbs up. You've been cleared to start on that like button. It's free, and it does have a little, does cause a nice stir with YouTube with their algorithmics. It's a nice word. And of course, do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. Now, over the yesterday even, coming out a good 10 days before predicted, is our new hoodies. That's right, tedconingsby.co.uk for our latest and greatest hoodies. Oh yeah, which I'm wearing as well, so I'll show you that in a bit. It's the heather grey one. I had to find out what heather grey meant, but it's that sort of like mottled grey, that sort of noisy grey, which is kind of cool really. It's really good, as your mother would say. It's good, keeps the dirt, hides the dirt. I think we're all privy to that, eh? I think we're all experienced with that quote. So runway 5 in use, which means they'll be coming towards us, which is quite nice. A nice little mix, isn't it? Steve Evans, good morning to you. Davey, Captain A, Margot Baxter, Mojave, BNSF. Hey, how you doing, man? Peter Rasmussen, how you doing? Sammy Lou, Martin Cowie, Elsie, Sonny, Margot, Elsie, how you all doing? Fritz, oi oi to you. Alan Burden, Chumo Schomburg. Let's see what else we got. Okay, still just a 4 at the moment, but there are more spooling. And I can hear another one just started up actually. Lovely. They've got a very distinctive sound, and if you heard the two together, if you heard the F-15's engines, which here is the Pratt & Whitney F-100 PW229s producing just over 29,000 pounds of thrust, and if you hear this one, the F-135 from Pratt & Whitney, the PW100, they are very different tone. This one I think is a higher pitched sound, a very higher pitched tone, a constant tone. It's got a very distinctive tone, that's all I can say. It's probably the only word I can think of, but there we go. Don't normally do Mondays here, but why not? We used to now and again. It's not, you know, completely uncommon that we don't, you know, just thought, do you know what? Let's just do a Monday. Let's do it. Let's give it a go. Let's give it a ride. Welcome to the home of the 48 Fighter Wing. Like I mentioned, it is a beautiful testament to having this station here, to those of the United States Army Air Force, even the legacy of the Eagle squadrons that made their way. I know, absolute true testament that. Absolute true testament, the 250 or so brave Americans that literally just went against law in America to enlist and enroll into another country's armed forces. But these 250 men came to the United Kingdom in 1940, right in the heart of the foot, shall we say, of the Battle of Britain as well. They rolled in and eventually got their own squadrons formed. Absolutely amazing. 71 Squadron, 121 Squadron and 133 Squadron. We're talking about Americans that left America while the country was neutral, but even that, it was forbidden to join another country's air force or even any part of a country's armed forces. But they did. But their only problem was the fact that they when the United States did come to England, they had a bit of a problem, but they were pardoned. But they had to then go to their own air force, shall we say, as the mighty 8th, and they were allocated to the 4th Fighter Group, which the 4th Fighter Wing, which you may know, Seymour Johnson. These squadrons still exist today with a bit of a name change. If you'd like to know more, go on our YouTube channel and find out more. But they tracked the 71 Squadron became the 334th, the 121 became the 335th, and 133 became the 336th. They were given that they were worried they were going to be, because they were so experienced. You've got to remember when the United States Army Air Force's fighter groups came to England, these guys already had, I think there were only about 4 left of the original. The rest sadly perished. Only 4 of the original 250 was still flying when the United States Army Air Forces arrived here in England. But they had to match their they also had to match their ranks as well. But their nicknames are still the same, like the 335th were the Chiefs, the Rocketeers for the 336, who were indeed the 133. It's amazing. It's an amazing history. If you go on our YouTube channel, if you love Lost Airfields, I covered Curtin and Lindsay, and I covered the Eagle squadrons just from there. I know they were at other stations such as Debden as well, and Church Fenton, but do check that out. It's really an amazing history. But they wanted to stick together as well. The 4, I mean, they've got some absolute notable pilots and honours as well. Amazing. But the first ever 3, we shan't forget them: Vernon Charles Shorty Q, Andrew B. Memedoff, and Eugene Quimby Red Tobin. Amazing. But Kioff was sadly killed in February of 1941, just 29. Tobin was killed in September of 1941. But Captain Don Gentile was a pilot with 133 Squadron. He claimed 2 air victories by March 1944. He'd become the 4th Fighter Group's top ace in World War II with 22 aerial kills as well. We also got Art Donahue, DFC as well, that flew with them, but he was sadly killed in 1942. We've got Blakesley, Colonel Donald Blakesley. He was a pilot for 121 and 133 Squadrons during 42, making a total of 120 sorties and claiming 3 aerial kills as well. Absolutely amazing. Also had Colonel Chesley, Pete Peterson as well. He had 130 sorties with the Eagle Squadrons. There's some amazing, you know, they are... I can't remember if they may have been featured in the book The Few. Right, let's get ready.
Runway 5, taxi here at Mission India Mountain, altimeter 3027.
We've got more. Let's ride. The Valkyries still have the responsibility of having a training unit. They did with the F-111 Aardvark, F-111Fs. Activated as one of 54 activations in January of 1941, the first aviation objectives. Hello, this one ain't messing about or hanging about, it's going. starts all the way 15th of Jan 1941 at Hunterfield, Georgia. He started life out with their fellow other 3 squadrons, their 3 units, and started life as the 48th Bomb Group Light, and the 495th started life out as the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron. That was in 1941. Then a year later they became the 88th Bomb Squadron Light, and then a year after that in 43 they became the 495th. Now, nicknames I'm still trying to discover. I'm still trying to locate. Still trying to locate what the 495th were. Such amazing history. So that's 6 departures so far. Oh, is that another? Yeah, it does look like another F-35 down there, doesn't it? Yeah, just about. Yeah, so amazing history, which I'll talk about a little bit later on. But for those that don't know, got a bit of a view block there, but that's fine. Thank you very much for reversing their MRAPs, that's fine. But yeah, like I said, started off all 4 squadrons with very different numbers. 15th of January 1941 at Hunterfield, Savannah and Georgia. And it was the 55th, 56th and 57th Bombardment Squadrons Light. And the 495th, which we've just seen taken off, they were actually the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron. And you may notice sometimes, especially with heavies such as the 100th Bomb Group, who are today the 100th Air Refueling Wing, you may see in other bomb groups with a H in brackets, that stands for heavy. You may see M for medium, L for light, and D for dive as well. The 48th, they weren't a wing in 1941, they were given group status. Interestingly, when they moved to England in the south at RAF Ibsley, they were allocated to the 70th Fighter Wing. Again, they were allocated to the 9th Air Force, not the 8th Air Force. But again, I'll talk to you a little bit about that later on. But the 495th started off as the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron. So these numbers, they're ones that you don't know, but you all recognise the 48th. A year later, they became the 48th Bombardment Group Dive, because of the aircraft that they were using for diving. And then a year after that at Keyfield, on the 15th of August 1943, they received a new designation, the 48th Fighter Bomber Group, and the squadrons were renumbered. Okay, so the 9th interestingly became the 88th and then changed to the 495th, which we know today, and they became the 495th Fighter Bomber Squadron. The other 3, 55th became the 492nd, the 56th became the 493rd, and the 57th became the 494th Fighter Bomb Squadrons. So you'll notice a lot of name changes, and interestingly in May of 1944 they became the 48th Fighter Group, the legendary fighter group that took part in 2,000 sorties of the 14,000 sorties of the Normandy campaign, which is extraordinary. Being awarded lots of distinguished unit citations as well, and other awards as well. They have a very strong legacy. one to be proud of for sure, and that's just World War II. Thanks a lot, Davey. So just got another F-35 there. Nice noise in the background. In March of 1944, the 495th, they were moved to the 407th bomb group, sorry, beg your pardon. It was a lot to remember. Bomb group. But sadly for them, they actually became inactive, the group itself. Meanwhile, the other three squadrons, the 492nd, 493rd and 494th, they actually set sail on the likes of the Ile-de-France and also the Queen Mary. They set sail from New York. They docked at, I can't remember the port, it was in Scotland, begin with a P. I can never remember it, I'll have to find that out for you. But then took a 2-day train ride, I believe, to their new home at RAF Ibsley in South England, near Bournemouth, and they were allocated to the 9th Air Force. Now, as a wing, they were allocated to the 70th Fighter Wing. Now, we're all familiar with the 8th Air Force. We all know the mighty 8th, with their strategic bombing, with their B-17s, their B-24s, and not forgetting their fighter groups as well. But their role was very different to the 9th Air Force. The 8th Air Force bombing, strategic targets, such as ball bearing plants, oil refineries, that kind of thing. It was strategic bombing, and their fighter groups would carry out ramrod or ops, basically escorting the bombers to and fro, to danger and out of danger. So their engagement in aerial combat was a lot more the 8th Air Force, especially the fighter groups as well. Whereas the 9th Air Force, very different. Not only have you got fighter groups with that, but you've also got those brave souls, those men in the airborne and the 9th Army, doing paradrops with using C-47s, dropping these proper, very brave men. And so the groups itself would be to support and carry out close air support, bombing trains, bridges, more on the tactical sense to support the army on the ground. Okay, so a bit like what the A-10 does. And this is why I always say the P-47 Thunderbolt was the innovator for close air support, because that is what the 48th used in their whole campaign during the Second World War. It was indeed the P-47 Thunderbolt, taking out gun positions, taking out light vehicles, tanks, and strategic bridges, reconnaissance, carrying out unarmed reconnaissance as well, to check out, carrying out recce's to see if there was any Tiger tanks, so that 9th Army could advance. So basically, that was literally a lot of air support for the 9th Army on the ground and other allied troops on the ground to support them. That was the role of the 48th, to carry out ground attacks and support. Okay, so a bit like a GR Tornado, basically. Or even, if you want to put it in the same era, the Hawker Typhoon as well. That and the P-47 Thunderbolt, goodness me. Good luck if you're on the ground there and being an enemy to that. That would be a bit of a headache for you. Is it the Falaise, the pocket of Falaise, right? That was a bit of a tragedy for the German army, that one. But yeah, the 9th Air Force, that was their role. So a lot more ground attacks. So I'm going to stick my neck out and say, yes, I believe that their aerial victories or kills, shall we say, are a lot less than the 8th Air Force, I believe, due to the fact that in the 8th Air Force, the bombers being escorted by the fighters were a lot more exposed to aerial attacks from ME, 109 to FW 190s, etc., that kind of thing. That is my sort of analysis of that. I mean, to give you an idea. To give you an idea, the 492nd got 3 aerial victories, the 493rd 8.5, and the 494th 8. Now these may not sound, a lot, but because they were focused on literally ground attacks and taking out gun positions, bridges, railway lines, carrying out recce's, that kind of thing. Doing lots of dive bombing as well. Welcome to the show, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're all good and well. Ian, how you doing? Margot, Tim Gooch, Jeremy Schomburg, Wes Downer, Jake Jackson, how we all doing? Derek, Wes, models of scale, oi oi to all of you. Jeff Hughes, John Minter, how's it all going? Dylan Cobb, oi oi. Simon Watchon, oi oi. Fritz, Leah, Brandon Thompson. Also got Ginger and Julian. Also got Martin Mikalecki as well. He's about. He's somewhere. Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the show. And welcome to what's called the bird viewing area. This is, it took me a while to realise that's what it's actually officially called. Yep, this is the bird viewing area or bird watching area, or shall we say, as it's signposted, the aircraft viewing area. A safe enclosure to spot and watch aircraft. And of course, just outside, we've got Dave's Burger Van as well for breakfast, brunch and lunch. Soon we will have Finch's ice cream, I would have thought. Looking forward to that. Rum and raisin. Oh yeah. Ted likes salmon and dill ice cream. I know, apparently it exists in Japan, but there you go. Oh right. Oh, okay. That'd be cool. There's one still down there. There's an F-35 just on its... Yeah, just on its own.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, it's lovely now. Goodness me, it was almost, I think it was freezing temperatures this morning. It was a little bit of a, you could almost make a snowman. Apparently the snowman's called Puddle in the spring. Is that bad? That's bad, isn't it? Oh dear. That's a Margot joke, that one.
Shocking.
Oh, that is, it's shocking, is it? Oh dear. Tell you what, I do have a classic for you. apparently Earth rock is a lot more tastier than moon rock. I guess the moon rock is a lot more meatier. Sorry, I heard that this morning. Oh dear. Oh dear, no. Okay, all right, we'll leave that one. We'll leave that one. I'll edit that out later. Ted's shaking his head. Ted and I think Ginger and Spock are all shaking their heads here. All the bears. Yeah, all the bears have walked off. I certainly hear him nearby.
Yeah. Gone to Whole Beach.
Ah. Yeah. Have to put my hat on now. I think time for the baseball hats to come out, I think. And the new hoodies are out now. They're out. Claire modelled them yesterday. They're online. Yeah, these ones. They're out. Yeah, they're out now.
Anything on the back?
No, but on the arm.
Okay.
No.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, on the arm, and discreet pockets on the side rather than the pouch.
Yeah.
Yes, nice. Nice little discreet pocket. It's quite nice and light, and as you know, to hide the dirt. As, I went for grey. I went for the as they call it heather grey. Apparently, this sort of grey. But there we go. So got one F-35A just sat there having a good time. Looks like a gate guardian from here now. Let's have a look on the left. Nothing on the left. There's the Birdman. Still yet to see F-15s. It's been over 2 weeks now for me, and I'm getting withdrawal symptoms here. It'd be nice just to hear a sweep. I thought I heard one actually. Sorry? Tank? Oh yeah. Oh, is that just taken off now? Oh yeah. Kill. Oh, who's this? No wonder. It's not the A-10s, is it? Don't know. We'll find out in a minute.
One of these he could be the escort.
Maybe. Have a look, another look. No, just the F-35 at the minute. Oh. Oh, I think they're taxiing. I think that because it sounded like a different voice, didn't it?
Yes.
Hang on a minute.
Camera, are you ready? Are you ready?
Oh, there's two more F-35s that have just appeared. Or is that one? That's one. Ooh. To live next to a fighter station, eh? To live next to a fighter town. Unbelievable. We're very lucky to be able to do this, I must admit, in this country, to be able to have the, you know, the liberty of being able to come and view and take photos and video aircraft. It's absolutely amazing. You know, you do it right from the start. It's the only way to do that. Oh wow, I wonder if it's going to wait and meet up. Tanker that we can hear just going up high and dry. Tim Gooch, how you doing, man? Hope you're well. Possible that we could be seeing 2 A-10s, very possible, but they are here. We're not going to just hide that fact. It's all over Facebook that they arrived, I think, Friday evening. So it'd be nice. Catch that. I'm gutted they're not coming down the catwalk, I'll tell you that. I'm gutted about that, yeah. But you can't have everything.
You can't win them all.
No, you can't win them all.
One flight? Is that?
7-1 it should be. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Yep.
Trend 7-1. Cool. I think, anyway. I think that's their call sign, Trend. Different voice, isn't it? Yeah, something's taxiing via November. Here we go. I think that's trend 7-1. So if trend 7-1 is A-10s, then we got some A-10 action. And hence, as I was mentioning earlier about close air support, innovating close air support with the P-47 Thunderbolt, which was a plane made based on its engine, the A-10, given the name Fairchild Republic A-10 Thunderbolt 2. So it was given that legacy of the Thunderbolt. But that's built around its gun, as we know. So we've got two F-35s that look like they're about to depart, and then something's taxiing for departure as well. Yeah, it is A-10s. Yeah, that is A-10s with a little bit of Tom Cruise there in the bottom right-hand corner. Yeah, A-10s. Oh, yes. Wow, okay. Two of them. So the legendary Fairchild Republic A-10 Thunderbolt 2s, featuring that H-tail. As I mentioned, not many aircraft have the H-tail. Name but a few: Skyvan, Lancaster, Halifax, the Manchester. The Osprey. Just trying to think. Over 700 built. Took its first flight on the 10th of May 1972. Got a length of 53 feet 4 inches, wingspan of 57 feet 6 inches, empty weight 24,959, with a max takeoff weight of 46,000 pounds, powered by two General Electric TF34 GE 100A turbofans, producing 9,065 pounds of thrust. Back speed about 439 miles per hour. But I know you all want to hear the stats of the the gun that it's got, that wonderful gun. But it is there as a close air support. It's not a fighter jet, but it's a close air support attack aircraft. Line up and wait. Here we go. Here we go. Nice. Oh, this one's low, isn't it? Look at this. Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Well, two A-10s and 6 F-35As. That's not a bad morning, is
it? That makes up for Friday.
Yeah. Wow. Hope you enjoyed that. They sound lovely, don't they? That was nice and low, that one.
I think he was looking for Ted.
Yeah, I think he was. Keep an eye on that tanker in case they go past.
Yes, right.
Oh, it is circling round, just not too far. Aspen, welcome to the show. Hope you got to see those A-10s. That is a very good morning, isn't it? Absolutely incredible morning. Well, I just thought, why not give it a shot? It could be today, you never know. You just turn up, hope for the best, and yes, we didn't see them come in on Friday, that was, but saw them leave. That'll do. They do, Paul. They do make a really brilliant sound. Absolutely. Jeff AGR, how you doing, Jeff? Jeff, again, thank you very much. Jeff is a excellent supporter of the Ted Coningsby channel through not only membership but donations of aircraft models that appear on the show. That's from Jeff at AGR Models. So thank you so much to Jeff for contributing so many. The latest one is the Avro Anson from a flying training school that was featured last week on our Coningsby streams, as the Anson was at Coningsby during the closure, when the runways were being upgraded to the Class A concrete runways, so the beam approach training flight, we're using those, and I think Airspeed Oxford as well. Oh, what a great morning this is. Absolutely incredible. Don't know what to say really about that. 2 A-10s and 6 F-35As. That is already a mission complete and a great success. Amazing. Now then, what else we're going to get? That's the thing. It might even be this all day. You never know. But of course, we've still got aircraft to come back as well to enjoy. So got Martin Michaleki in the forest there. He's like, yeah, we can go home now. Mission complete. Absolutely brilliant. You can go and have a cup of tea at this rate. This is lovely. Well, I know there's going to be a lot of happy people here today who have travelled quite far to see just the 2 A-10s, but that's the way it is. That's what makes this hobby very, very exciting and unique. You just never know what's going to happen. You just turn up and just hope for the best. Be prepared to stay for hours and hours on end. There's Teddy. Paul L 2025. Oh, bless your heart. Thank you very much. High five. Guards March. Thank you very much for that super chat. Get yourself something to eat and drink, Nikos. I will, and thank you so much for that. I'm going to go and grab a cup of tea from my from the cabin. And Paul Fuller as well. Thank you very much for your 25 months Ted Coningsby membership. Thanks all for making this great channel. A-10. I know. How cool was that? Was not expecting them today, but hey, that's the way it is. Margot, thank you very much for the super chat as well. Who's also part of our Spanner flight, and she's celebrating 39 months of Ted Coningsby membership. She's also part of our Fighter Squadron as well. Thank you everyone for a fantastic journey and your support and company in making Ted's channel unique. Wowza Rooney, love to you all. Thank you so much for that. Also, we got Simon Watchorn as well, who's celebrating 32 months of membership. So Simon Watchorn is one of our Spanner flight and also a Fighter Squadron member. Thank you so much for that. 32 months, and he's put another month flies by and 129,000 subscribers. Thank you to everyone for your amazing support and for making the TCS what it is. Onwards and upwards to 130k and beyond. Oh man, do you know, people have been asking me what is your goal this year. Well, I'm not going to push it, but 150k for the end of the year, that doesn't sound too bad. I think we'll go with that, Ted. That's what we're going to aim for. Dylan Cobb, thank you so much for your 20 months membership. Thanks, Nikos, Ted, Claire, Spanner Flight, guns up. Claire is working hard today, shipping out your new hoodies. They're out. I'll show you that in just a moment. Shaz Prim 28, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thanks for joining us today. A regular, Wes Downer, high five. Paul Pump to Wes Downer, I believe watching from the States, sent 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Thank you so much for that. It's very generous of you. gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships, making 5 new recruits for us. Thank you very much. Wes Danners also put oi oi oi, and celebrating 22 months of membership as well. Thank you so much. And you'll see a lot of members with, you know, double digits into the 20s, into the 30s, and even in the 40s of months milestones, because the Ted Coningsby membership is so enjoyable. It's very affordable as well. There are 3 levels of membership, and you do get various discounts and perks as well. So lots of YouTube perks, discounts on our online store. There are various deals and discount codes, update maybe about 3 times a year or thereabouts. They do change. Hazy Hayes, thank you very much for your super. Get yourself a coffee, Nikos. I will do. Another regular as well, you'll see her name pop up quite a lot, is Babsar. High five, paw pump for that, Babsar, who's gifted 5 Ted Coningsby memberships, making 5 new members. That's so generous of you. Thank you so much. And if you have just joined us, through gifted membership, do support our channel. It's a way to support our channel and fund us. We do go around the country. We will be popping up literally everywhere, and please don't cancel it. Give it enjoy the perks, give it another shot. And it does, it's a way to support our channel. KG 300680, celebrating 27 months of membership. Oi oi everyone, enjoy your day, stay safe, thank you very much. Fritz with 23 months membership was put oi oi. Babsart is also celebrating 27 months of membership. Nice to be in sunny Suffolk today, thank you very much. John Samuels, high five, Guards March to you, thank you for joining our Posh Officers Club. Angela McCarty celebrating 23 months today, 1 month to go for a year. Another year, that's gone quick. It has, thank you very much. And wow, I mean, look at this. Wow, James Beatwell, thank you very much. High five, paw pump, a salute, and also a fly past for James Beatwell. I don't know if you've, that is amazing. Thank you so much, James, for that very generous super chat as well. Can you surf a drink and some salmon for Ted, or buy yourself A-10 water hog model? Oh, bless your heart, I will actually. Thank you very much. That's definitely one I don't have. I don't have an A-10 water hog. Definitely don't have one of them, so I don't have that. I'll be ordering an A-10 Thunderbolt 2 then. Oh yes. Thank you very much, James Beatwell. Bodesy, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thanks for joining us. Another new recruit who's just signed up today. Thank you very much. And again, I will show you the new hoodie that's out. And if you are a member, if you click on perks, you'll be able to see the discount code that you can use on our online store. So visit tedconingsby.co.uk. If the discount code doesn't work, do make sure that the code hasn't changed. It does get refreshed and changed. So welcome all our new members as well as our existing very loyal members. So thank you very much, and that is just amazing. Just gonna go and grab a cup of tea. Okay, right, I'll be right back. Oh, actually, I'm going to test out something. Actually, I'm going to see if it works. I've got a be right back button, so I'm going to test that out. Give me 1 second. Splendid.
Give it a go anyway. If you don't go, you won't know.
Exactly. Yeah, if you don't go, you won't know. That is exactly right. full bingo card then, wouldn't it?
The full Monty.
Tell you what, I'm going to test out that button again, and I'll just lower the volume down. Yeah, I did see the volume control on that. It was like on way over red, so apologies for that. I'll just get to we're going to go and get a cup of tea, aren't we? Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, let me go and adjust that volume and see how that works. But I did see the volume. Sorry if that was a little bit loud. I must have blown your speakers on that. Yeah, just before I get a cup of tea, I'll just show you the new hoodie that we've got. I'll just turn that round. So you may have seen the hoodie before. It is available now to own, although I can't do a full whole beach model session like I did before. That was cool, wasn't it? There we go. So nice, really good full. There you go. So we've got the I don't know if you can see that. Yeah, so there we go. Nice little emblem on the arm, and it's got let's see if I can show you it a bit better. Can't really do you a whole beach show, but it's got discrete pockets on the sides, which is quite nice. Nice hood, nice material, nice nice thickness actually. It's not too thick, not too thin. It's just right really definitely for today. Really nice and light as well, but at the same time quite warm. So it is available online. Like I said, you've got a little badge here, Ted Coningsby, all embroidered for you to enjoy. Yes, it's not like my whole beach session. No, that was good, that. Yeah, I love the discrete side pockets rather than the sort of like the kangaroo pouch, I think they call it. A little bit different to that. And again, if you've got your discount code, well, you will do if you're a member, don't forget to use your discount code on checkout. tea time. Oh, it's nice and warm now. Goodness me, it's turning out to be a fine day. It's lovely. It wasn't like that this morning. For those that woke up to frosty windscreens, like I did this morning. Right. So, welcome to the Tad Coningsby channel, ladies, gents and teddy bears. And carrying on from Friday, we are fortunate enough to get more F-35As and 2 A-10s, which is like extremely rare for this country. So that makes up for more than enough for whatever we get else today. So amazing stuff. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the 48 Fighter Wing, home of several trades. One of them being RAPCON there. RAPCON, radar approach control. They manage and control the skies in the form of what's called CMATs as well. RAPCON, radar approach control. This is Lakenheath Tower. They manage both Mildenhall and Lakenheath movements from literally from tarmac to 20,000 feet. Also in a radius of 60 nautical miles as well. And of course, look after civilian and both military traffic above them. Also got the 48th Civil Engineer Squadron. Got all the law enforcement as well, OSI, LE, SF, all the dog handlers as well. They're called the K9 crew. Right, here we go. Our first arrivals of the day.
There you go, Harris.
Oh yeah, I forgot 05. I was about to turn to my left. Low approach, here we go. Whoa, that was low, man. Amazing. That was extremely low, wasn't it? That first one as well. It was very low. I think it was still suffering from the ground effect when it did that. Oh. Different, turning this way for once. Well, sorry, turning this way for a change. Towards the warrior walk. We do get it sometimes. And then the tail code for Lakenheath. Yes. You're right, man. I'll come down in 2 ticks. Nice. How you doing, man? Let me come down. Let me come down. Always a pleasure to see you, my friend. How you doing? You alright, Anthony? In a while, you okay? Yeah, you alright? Yeah, good to see you. Yeah, you too, man. Good shot, yeah, that? Yeah, really good. Nice shot. Bit lucky today. Yeah, it was really good. Yeah, you caught that well. Yeah, really good. It was low as well, that one. Was that the one that was low? Or was that the high one? Oh, was it? No, did you manage to see the low one?
Yeah.
I thought he was going to pull up. That second A-10. That's low, that is quite low. A little low right here.
That's it, about the ground.
Yeah, brilliant. That's good. So that's the first one, is it? Is that got the sharp one on it? Yeah, I thought so. It's the second one, I think it's got a moustache on it. Oh, correct. Maybe it don't have. The second one had a moustache. It had something on the front. What on the front? Not on the front of where the gun is. Not the one with the sharp. The other one without the sharp. Oh, maybe they both have a moustache on. Oh, it has got a moustache, hasn't it? It's got something on there. I thought it was a moustache on one of the A-10s. They both got sharp knives. Yeah. Oh, they do? Right, okay, I must have seen something else. That's fine. Must have been the line. No, that's fine. That's pretty cool then. They both got sharp knives. That's cool. Play that back. Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's for the refuel. Right, okay. It looked like a moustache from here.
I think the other ones they had in.
Yeah,
those.
I think so. Good start. Just need some F-15s now. I miss them. I haven't seen it in 2 weeks. So I miss them. No.
So I've seen them from the other side. They don't come. 20 mornings.
Yeah. Just don't know. Yeah. Yeah.
It's always awful.
Yeah. There you go as well. That was my thinking. I thought give it a shot. Give it a go. You never know. That's good. Really good. Really good to see that. Go home now. I'll stay for a bit longer now. Mm. Yeah, it looks good. Yeah.
Nicholas?
Hello, you alright?
Yes, from you.
Good, thank you.
Bit nippy, innit?
This morning it was really bad this morning. Was it foggy? Foggy, I couldn't see anything. Only here, nowhere else. Only here.
It's cold for you up there, isn't it? I'll just set off from Wolverhampton then.
All right.
I'll stop for about
So I
20
get
minutes.
too excited that I can't sleep, so I just end up going.
Well, it's not me, obviously. I've been up since
Just end
just
up
after
going
4
home
o'clock.
anyway, just get rid of 6.
So I set off, stopped for a bit, had a little cup of tea and that was
Yeah.
it. Then I'm off to Great Yarmouth after an holiday. Like I normally do.
Yeah, that'd be
All you got to say was right, the 125 XLT. Absolute brilliant scanner. Everybody's got one in there.
I'm just going through the app.
The new ones now, they've got different charging ports now, isn't it? USB-C, I think.
Yeah.
So,
This is the one.
yeah.
This little scanner, aren't they?
I think so, yeah.
Morning, like there, anything interesting?
It's the usual stuff.
Usual Coningsby, anything? Old Beach, last week.
They went rubbish together.
Yeah. Just turn up and open the door.
What you got planned for tomorrow? Coningsby, yeah.
Just gonna make a phone call.
Yeah, he's usually a Coningsby.
Gonna make a quick call.
When I go on YouTube and I click on it, it's Coningsby, yeah.
Yeah, no, it should be.
It is Coningsby. How many?
18, 19.
You from then?
Check.
Check. Right there. Oh, that's you, lovely you. Freezing to death on the top. It's too long, 8 o'clock in the morning. And you know, it's a potter outside Great Yarmouth till 3:30.
Are you on holiday now, right?
Yeah, I'm on the years.
Have a good time.
Because all they do is they just pick up your ears everywhere and then they have to stop twice on the way.
So your choice today was Crazy Golf or A-10?
Yeah, yes, I always drive up now. When I'm at Great Yarmouth, it's potted,
Yeah, why not?
I always drive up. The last time I come, twice when it's just in the rear. And you see a little spot here. Yeah.
Actually, here it sits. Didn't really matter anywhere along here, so
Yeah.
anywhere just sounds.
Yeah, the 2 A-10s went through there.
Yeah, that'll do.
Come back and find out what else he's doing in the base.
Yeah.
And that's it. Can see over the back there this morning. And that little ice crown there, I don't like that. Too bumpy and bumpy. Going back up. I'll come and say to her when I leave.
Alright, buddy.
Yeah.
See ya.
It's when they was first lot of the island was going. It's crazy.
Right, let's get back up there.
Anyway, nice to see you.
Yeah, you too. We'll just pop that in there. Yeah, you too, man. Are you going back round, are you?
I'm gonna
Are
get.
you going to go get some shots
get
from there?
No, get the scanners sorted out.
Oh,
and
right,
go
yeah.
from there, yeah.
Cool. All right, man.
You take
I'll
care,
see you at
yeah?
the lakes or
Enjoy.
something.
Yeah. Cheers.
Take care, man.
Bye.
See ya. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. How we doing, ladies and steady bears? Hope we're all good. Sorry, I've left you there. I just thought I'd have a quick break and a quick catch up with friends. And hope we're all good. How are we all doing? How we're all feeling? Hope we're well. Welcome to the show, everyone. Who have we got on? Let me go on the chats. Alan Burden, Sylvia King, Margot, Leah, Remco DeVray, Wibbs, Davey, Synchrotones, Graham. Got Graham Ledicott. How you doing? Oi oi to you. Paul L 2025. Nikos, do you have any hoodies that are signed by you, or is it that the stupid question? Signed by me. Well, I can sign your hoodie, but the only thing I I would say though, with washing it, it might run. But I can certainly sign it if you want to. With yeah, I can do it. I can sign it for you, but just be mindful of washing it. Not Captain Weber, how you doing? Hope we're all good and well. Leah, how you doing? Oi oi to you. Aspen, Simon Watchorn. I think you were just mentioned there by someone near your area. Synchrotones, how you doing? Susan Bloys, back from a school run. Well, you've missed 2 A-10s. Which is, like I said, it's extremely rare here for this country because we don't really have them here. Jenny B, oi oi to you. Welcome to the show. Well, thank you very much for all your support. It's been absolutely brilliant. Yes, 2 A-10s with shark mouths on the front where the gun is, where that huge Gatling gun is. Goodness me. Good morning to you. How are we all doing? Do you know what? It feels weird being here today because I'm normally here on a Friday, and I almost had a split-second feeling of a Friday feeling then. That was rather strange. Sounded good up there. Oh, I can hear him. Can't see him just yet. Should have another flight of arrivals at any moment now, I think. A-10s, yeah, you get them?
Yes, yeah, we've got one.
No, did you go round over there?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, they gave us the.
Yeah. I'd seen another photo just now.
Yeah.
Good,
There's
good.
plenty of us around there, so you're going to see some stuff.
Oh, nice one, nice one. Good stuff. That was a nice bonus, wasn't it?
Yes, that was nice.
Yeah, it was good because you just never know. You just turn up and
It's been quiet since as well, so at least
at least we got that.
we've got
Definitely.
something to wear around.
Oh, 100%. That was great.
04 Lakenheath, first, squad 0455.
Babs are, yeah, obviously tomorrow is Tuesday for me, so I've got to remember to obviously stream tomorrow. I hope you all had a great weekend as well. Here we go, Point Charlie. Here we go. Thanks a lot, James Beatwell. Nikos has some funny catchphrases. Yeah, why not? Why not? Always trying to just make it a little bit quirky, a little bit fun here and there, innit? There you go. Look at that, can you see that? The F-35A is the only one of the 3 variants with an internal GA-22A cannon. It's a 25mm beauty. You can see it right there. Look how distinctive that is, that long contour bulging out saying, yep. The B and the C can be installed with an external one on the underbelly. There's that EOTS. You'll be able to see the EOTS nice and well. Look at that bit of sapphire just in front of the opening of the landing gear there. EOTS, the electro-optical targeting system, made romantically with a precious gemstone, sapphire. Look at that. Oh, that was a nice bit of light on that, wasn't it? Can you see that there? That beautiful, right under the nose. Lovely. That. It's the targeting system. And if you're going to target your opponents, do it in a nice posh way using sapphire, why not? On the scale of hardness, to the Moss scale of hardness, it's 9, diamond being 10, sapphire being 9. Tektite, I think 4, chalk is 3. Yes, there is a scale of hardness for minerals and stones, etc. They look good with those external missile railings. Are beautiful. 6 external hard points and 4 internal hard points. Rack 'em, stack 'em, pack 'em with whatever you want. Boom. Now it is. Yeah. Nice. You can hear them, they're not far. They sound very close. The GAU-22A cannon is absolutely amazing. You can actually add like explosive armor piercing rounds as well. It's a 25mm 4-barreled rotary cannon. It is electrical, but I'll tell you what, I found out something really amazing. It's got a, not only has it got a rate of fire of 3,300 rounds per minute, you can put around I forgot how many you can put in there, about 181. Is it about 181 you can put in there? Can't remember how many they can put in there now. It's bad of me. Yeah, about 180, 181. But one thing I found fascinating about the GAU-22A cannon. Oh, here they come now, actually. I was going to show you. I found out, thanks to Dieter, that sent me a diagram of how the muzzle and everything works on the cannon. Actually amazing. Someone's quite happy. Bless him. This morning's 6, I think. Yeah, one clever design on the rounds that are fed in a cylinder. They're actually fed in. How do I say? The bullets are fed in on their sides and then pushed the correct way through the barrel. And this, apparently, this design, I don't know how it's done on other cannons, but it's done that to prevent jamming, which is a very clever way. So they're fed. I'll show you. I'll have to show you with my fingers, I'm afraid. I have got some casings and shells, but I don't think it's wise to show them here. Mind you, they've got like a blue plastic actual bullet head on the top, but I'll give you an idea of what I mean. I think another drawing is coming along for that though. Oh. Oh, that might be the other two that just come back earlier, ready to cross the runway. Unless they've hot pitted, of course. We'll find out in just a moment. Yeah, one of the I found this I was sent this diagram of the GAU-22, and I did not know. Okay, so you've got let me just move that round here. The drum casing is about here, sits under about obviously inside, so underneath here, sits all the way as far back as there. And the drum casing, although they're fed and the bullets are facing the correct way, when they're fed through in this sort of almost like a conveyor belt, they're taken out individually and they're actually facing this way, all right, away from the aircraft, and they're fed through on this almost like conveyor belt, and when they're about to enter the chamber, they're actually pushed the correct way. And apparently that design is to stop, or at least prevent, or at least lower the chances of having any jams, any jammed bullets in there. So when they're fed, they're in the drum, they're facing this way, in the correct way, let's say, and when they're fed through on the conveyor belt, they're pushed out individually and they're going facing the wrong way. Well, not wrong way, but they're facing like on, let's say, how do we say, facing to the left or right, a lateral. That's right. They're spaced out laterally, and then just as soon as they're about to enter into the chamber for trigger, they're actually pushed out the correct way and then fired. It's really clever. I'll have to I'll get you a diagram in the future for that, which is really cool. You all right, buddy? Are you off now? Yeah? You're off now, yeah?
I'm up in a bit, yeah.
All right, mate, yeah. You take care. Have a good holiday.
I'll message you tomorrow.
All right, mate.
All right,
take care.
Say good morning, Simon, innit?
All right, mate. You take care. Bye.
I'll see ya.
See ya.
Nikos. Be
Bye.
good.
You too, mate. Enjoy. Yeah, so it's really cool. Really, really good. Paul L, no, you see the stealth, sorry, the F-35A is multi-role. Okay, so it can perform a variety of roles, and so from defense to offense, from ground attack to reconnaissance to a good old natural born fighter in the defense or the offense role as well. So if it needs external missile railings, then so be it. If it needs internal, yes, the thing is, like I've always said in many shows, that the biggest misconception for stealth is that they're invisible. That's incorrect. They will be detected at some point. Stealth means the ability to go undetected for as long as possible. Basically too late for the enemy. And I think these are actually going straight out. Okay, hot pit straight out then. Let's do this. We'll have some of that. You know, it can perform lots of roles. It can, if it needed to, into a close ball. Lovely. Yeah. Radar jamming, can do a variety of roles. It literally can perform a variety of roles. Yes, it is a 5th generation stealth aircraft. Radar absorbing materials. If we flip it over on the other side, you can see the 4 hard points inside, the internal 4 hard points for those types of missions that it needs to do. It is absolutely incredible. And yes, if you're going to play a more you know, attacking role, or even on a defense role or a ground attack, it depends what you want to do with it, really. Depends what you want to do. If you're going to play in a more of a defensive role, then you don't really need the stealth, so you can have external missile railings and play in a more of a defensive role. You know, you can, and then turn it into an offense. It really is a case of having that idea that stealth is invisible away, because that is not true. It's getting the job done. These do have a variety of you know, electronic countermeasures, jamming. They can do a lot, so you can, you know, put it in a variety of roles. It does have 18,000 pounds of payload with that as well. It is remarkable, it really is. And you know, air-to-air missiles, you can have AIM-9X sidewinders, you can have AMRAAMs, AIM-120s, 132s, 260 you know, JTAM, Meteor. You know, you can have air-to-surface missiles, the AGM-88s on there. You can have Spear 3, AGM-158s, joint strike missiles, hypersonic attack cruise missiles. You can have start on the internal, you can start whacking your bombs in there. You can have JDAMs, paveways, GBU-39s, GBU-53s, even a B-61, you know, Mod 12 nuke. Yep. Oh, did we get 8 then in the end? There you go, got more coming. Maybe it was 8. It's a multi-role aircraft. This is what it's been designed to do. Stealth is there if you need it. Stealth is there if you require it. Depends on your mission. If you're playing in a QRA role, then you don't need stealth. You need to be seen, because this is my area. This is my space. Actually, do you remember MySpace? Goodness me. I remember MySpace. I think we all had one. If you're in your, you know, if you're in your late 30s, early 40s, you know, and a lot more, you know, then I think you can remember MySpace. Everyone had a MySpace. I didn't Facebook buy it. It was like the coolest thing ever, that. Why is MySpace getting mentioned today? But there you go, that's the randomness of the channel. that went out today, and these are the two that just took off, right? Just a tiny bit of crosswind. Remember, the windsock's purpose. Look at that, so you can see that. So if it's fully out, normally at some airports, especially civilian, they're coloured, striped white and red, or white and orange, depending how you see it. Each ring or each section is 5 knots. So basically, fully extended is 25, halfway is about what, 12 and a half knots. And it's a great quick visual for pilots to have a look at. So when they're striped, they're a bit easier. Each stripe section has a ring, like a metal ring, let's say, and I think it's metal, I don't know. But that, you know, it's just to give you an idea. That's if it goes at 2 rings, that's 10 miles per hour. 3 rings, 15. 4, 20, and fully out is 25. I think it's miles per hour. I don't know if it is miles per hour or knots. It might even be knots. Anyway, you get the idea. Yeah, a little bit of a cool breeze at the moment behind me, so which usually indicates something from the east. Sometimes anyway, I don't know what I'm talking about now. Going on one. Sometimes I do get that. There's the external missile railage. Why not? I'm going to call it railage because I can. Oh, it is in knots, sorry, my bad, it is in knots. Some suggest it's 3 knots. I suppose that would make sense. Yeah, we'll go with that. Yeah, I might have been wrong on that. It might have been 3 knots each ring. So fully extended is what? 15 knots. There we go. We'll go with that. Okay, looks like we may get more. It looks like they're hot pitting and then going straight back out by the look of it. So, pretty cool. Hey man, how you doing? All right? Oh, is that? Oh, I think I know who you must be then. Is that Red Arrows? Oh, yeah, nice one. Oh, good to see you, man.
No worries. It's been in my
bless your heart.
for a long time.
Yeah, I'll
10 years, over 10 years.
I'll get that on our auction then for our party.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much. What year was that one again?
I think it was 2015. If you look at the stamp
Yeah,
front,
yeah, that's it.
it looks about that time, I think it was.
Yes.
It was the John Egg.
Nice one. Oh, bless you.
Foundation.
Nice one.
You can make use of it on
Yeah, I
your-
will.
on your
Thank you very
auction.
much. Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah, it's a little bit
Yeah, that-
damaged, but
No, that's cool. Oh, it's very nice, man.
no worries, anytime.
Thank you very much for that. That's cool. There's something else inside there.
There shouldn't be.
Hang on. There's a little. Is that?
Is that the?
Do you want that? Do you need that?
No, that came with that.
That came with it.
That's
Okay,
what,
then.
yes, John Eggins
Yeah,
Foundation,
that's fine.
so-
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, yes,
That's very kind of you.
All right,
Thank you very
take
much
care.
for donating that. Thank you. So, for the TED Party auction, we've got a signed Red Arrows 50th anniversary. Oh, nice. I'll show you that. Hopefully it doesn't fly off. Here we go. This just came in for the TED Party for charity, our auction that we're doing, our fundraiser. Look at this. So that's all signed by the Reds on their 50th season. Wow. That's what, 15 years ago, right? No way. Look at that. Cool, isn't it? Nice one. Yeah, nice one. Thank you very much, sir. That's nice. So that's for the TED Party. Let me put that inside the van before the wind does its thing. So that's tickets are available. We don't have that many. We're at I think we sold about 70%. I think 75, 70%. So take this out. Some lovely questions coming in. Paul L 2025. Sorry, another question. I may have missed your first one there, but I'll just read it backwards. Well, not the whole question backwards, but when on an aircraft carrier, do they have to turn into the wind? If so, does that not change the mission capability if the aircraft carrier is facing the wrong way? Okay, so I don't go into too much. Obviously, we don't really do a lot of stuff on carriers. As in on the show, and Navy and Marine Corps and that kind of in Royal Navy and US Navy. But what I do know, they can steer, it's probably the right way, they do steer to eliminate the possibilities of crosswind. That is, obviously they got to make that a lot easier, and they got the advantage of doing that. So yes, they do steer so that it does make it a lot more easier for pilots to land. Yes, that is correct. Yeah, Paul, they steer it, not turn. Well, steer, that's probably the correct term. They'll steer it, so it's not really turning anywhere, it's steering. It is kind of turning, yes, but they're not going to start travelling in the wrong direction. They'll steer it if it's going to be for landings. Let's just swap the mags over. How we doing, ladies, gents, steady bears? You're watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Lakenheath. Hope we're all good and well. So we've got the one F-35A, but welcome to the show, and all questions are welcome. If you want to know anything about the history, anything about how the aircraft works, I've got plenty of diagrams to show you. Some I will be making, such as the GAU-22 cannon. That needs doing to show you that. That'll be good. So just the one at the minute over there. I would imagine it will be joined by another one very shortly. Look at that, king salmon. Ted's going to love that. Yeah, many knowledgeable and experienced and ex-serving and serving viewers on our channel. So if you've got any questions, plus myself, I've not served, but I do read a lot. And I like to draw stuff and find out how things work. And aviation is, and history, to be honest, as well. Aviation absolutely fascinates me, along with its history as well. So if you need any facts and figures about here, any history about the station itself, just a quick and brief intro. In fact, let me go and get the Wellington, because that was here. What I've done today deliberately, I haven't got the Wellington or the Sterling up here with me today, because I did that on our last show on Friday. On Friday. I wanted to actually concentrate more on the 48th this time round, because last week we didn't. I was more concentrating on the actual RAF operations here, because indeed it was opened as an RAF station and to serve as a satellite station for neighbouring RAF Mildenhall, which many of you now know is not far from here. It's about 5 miles in the direction of the backwards flying crow. That was built in 1934, and actually to my 5 o'clock at around 5 miles as well in the direction of the flying backwards crow is RAF Feltwell, and that was built in 1936 and started to operate with the Handley Page Harrows in 1937. In 1934 Mildenhall was operating the Handley Page Hayfords. However, when the war broke out, the Second World War, Mildenhall got quite popular. It was one of the largest stations, but just prior to the war breaking out, the Wellingtons were serving there for the first time ever in 1938. It was 99 Squadron, who today fly the C-17s. That's right, at RAF Bryce Norton. So when the war broke out, things started to change for Mildenhall, and eventually they started to operate the Lancaster bombers, and there was also Halifax bombers there as well. Over here, however, things needed to be supporting Mildenhall, so they built 2 satellite stations, one of them being, actually 3, Tuddenham, Newmarket Heath, and here in 1941 this was built as a satellite station. It was indeed number 20, first of all, number 20 OTU, who arrived all the way from Scotland, in fact to be exact, RAF Lossiemouth. They came here with Vickers Wellingtons to train, almost like having a training satellite station. So that took quite a lot of the training, how do I say, so you got Mildenhall and it's serving operationally into the war, but then you still need to train your airmen, but then that means training them at the same airfield you're going to be actually carrying out missions. So the best way to do that is to actually have another station serving as a satellite station. So this was perfect. However, not sure what the reasons behind it, but number 20 went back to Scotland. I think it went to RAF Elgin, and after that number 149, who were operating at Mildenhall, they came here in 1941, first with the Wellington, and eventually they were joined by 199. So 1942 they converted to the Sterling Mark 1, and both squadrons were operating Sterling's Mark 1 and Mark 3. And in 1943 RAF Lakenheath became its own independent station. It did serve operationally as well in 1942, carrying out missions in the Wellingtons and the short Sterling. And if you remember from my show on Friday, they lost over 400 and that's just me just doing a little bit of research, a few hours worth of checking Bomber Command, aircrew remembered archives during the war, and finding out exactly how many Sterlings were lost. In fact, it's quite a lot. I haven't actually counted how many Sterlings were lost, but what I can tell you is nearly 400 men were lost here. I do have the list here with me, but I'm not going to go into full detail like I did on Friday, because I wanted to concentrate today. I mean, this is just one of the, this is just a little list here of the Sterlings that were actually lost. It's double paged as well, but you've got like how many were killed, POWs, and those that managed to escape, evade capture. Yeah, the list goes on and on. Sadly, it's let's have a look. We've got yeah, here we go. That's the tally, but this is the tally of what I've found so far. So this is just one squadron, 149. 343 were killed, 66 POWs, 13 evaded capture, 4 there. I didn't put that on, but they might, well, they never found the bodies, so we're not really sure. This one here is 199 squadron. Here tells you a little bit about the raid itself, but I'll put it into a more comprehensive you know, fact sheet when I'm done with it, because it needs a lot of work, it needs a lot of commitment, it needs hours and hours of research to do that. And some of the raids were really important as well. They weren't just like, you know, just some, you know, every raid was important, that's not what I mean. It's the fact that there were some really fundamental ones, such as the Peenemünde raid, if you know about Peenemünde. And I believe when they first attacked it, I don't think they realised what was actually there. They knew something was there, but they were actually making an atomic bomb in Germany, and it was going to be, if I remember correctly, it was going to be equipped onto the Horten 18. I think it was Horten 18, and not the 229. The 229 was a smaller one, but yeah, it's just phenomenal what they found and what raids actually carried out here. They even carried out with 199 SOE missions, so special operations executive. I know, basically covert missions from Lakenheath. Unbelievable, some of the things. But the station was chosen to become a VHB along with Marham and Skullfort. VHB, very heavy bomber base, and that meant the B-29s. So it closed for over 2 years, which is in some ways unusual. So 1945 it closed, and it was, you know, that is actually quite an extensive amount of time. It reopened, I think, early 1948, so nearly 3 years, which is quite a lot. And I don't know what the delays were, but when it did reopen, it actually changed host by then. In fact, from 1948 and still today, it is operated by the United States Air Force. First squadrons were the 2nd Bomb Group and the 307th, who were at Marham as well. So when I go to Marham, I'll tell you about them. But they came here on a rotational purpose. I know. But there was an actual base completion unit that actually started the first operations here. The 7504th base completion unit. I think they became an air squadron in the end. Through time. The 48th Tactical Fighter Wing arrived on the year that the Beatles were formed in 1960. They arrived on the 15th of January 1960. So they've been here, 48th have been here since 1960, 15th of Jan. You'll hear in my history that the number 15 is a very common number in the 48th's history. So be it the United States history. Is it? I don't know, but certainly the 48th, that number 15 pops up a lot more than none. Even on the 15th of Jan, 1941 is when the 48th Bomb Group Light, that's when they formed. Amazing, isn't it? But there we go. There's just a quick insight. So yeah, the very first aircraft to operate here on a training and on a more operational level was indeed the Vickers Wellington bomber. In fact, the Vickers Wellington bomber is quite an iconic aircraft for this whole region. Ely, Cambridgeshire, Suffolk, around this region. It's because this is where it first began at Mildenhall, and it became such an icon. Even in some of those really nice villages that you go to, when they paint the village name with a little, you know, with some aircraft if we're lucky. It has indeed the Wellington bomber. If you go to Ely, it has again the Wellington bomber in the stained glass panels on, I think it's got 4 panels depicting the groups, I think, each group of Bomber Command. Paul L. Okay, so the station is okay. So you'll notice it's called RAF Lakenheath. It's still owned by the Royal Air Force. It's operated by the United States Air Force. So you're going to have two commanders here. You do have a Royal Air Force Station Commander and a United States Station Commander, along with the laws. So it's not like a lot of people say that it is literally America in here. On a legality point of view, it's not, which is why they still drive on the left. The station commander is Royal Air Force as well as a United States. You do have MOD police as well as their own law enforcement as well. So you'll have both. It's like a tenant and a landlord, right? Bit like that. Something like that anyway. I don't know. Yeah, it's going out of my league here a little bit, but that's the basics that I can tell you. Matty Queen, how you doing? Good to see you on here. So for those who don't know, okay, so we've spoken very briefly about the mighty 8th. Okay, so here is USAF, the United States Air Force in Europe. Okay, but the actual Air Force is the 3rd Air Force. Okay, that is who is here today. That is who the 3rd Air Force actually have 10 wings or 10 units under their command. The units are of the 3rd Air Force. You may know some of them. You may know all of them. The 31st Fighter Wing, so Aviano's F-16s and the crew there. The 406 Air Expeditionary Wing. Here, the 48 Fighter Wing. Got the 435th Air Ground Operations Wing. You've got the 86th Airlift Wing. You've got the 39th Air Base Wing. Got the 100th Air Refueling Wing at Mildenhall. The 52nd Fighter Wing. The 501st Combat Support Wing. Used to be at Alconbury, Mildenhall, now at Fairford, I believe. And the Hungary's Papa Air Force Base Heavy Airlift Wing with their 3 C-17s. Now, a lot of people ask me, what about the 351st, Special Operations Wing? Well, they're actually part of a different unit, wing, sorry, or at least command. They're under AFSOC, they're under AFSOC, Special Operations Command. Air Force Special Operations Command. So basically specials, basically, in a nutshell, to put it in that respect. All right, which is why they don't have the square D, because they're not part of the 100th Air Refueling Wing either. That's another one, and I do miss Mildenhall, and I do need to go back. The 3rd Air Force, their purpose is summed up, as they say, by 3 Ds: develop, defend and deliver. Okay, now you may go on their website and it says that it predates the Second World War. Yes and no, in some respect. Yes, it does to the United States, because the United States didn't enter the war until December the 7th of 1941. Okay, that's pretty much it. That was it for, and that really changed the outcome, changed the balance, didn't it? So predate, yes, to the United States of the Second World War. So if you ever get confused by that, that's the reasons why it's worded in that way. Their actual foundation. Oh gosh, wings just come out of nowhere. So yeah, they I think they activated on the 18th of December 1940, but they activated as a Southeast Air District. That was their lineage. But it became an Air Force Combat Command on the 20th of June 1941. There we go. Right, 4 more. Here we go. I think 2 are ready to go.
35?
I think, yeah, 2 more. Yeah, they've been hot pitting by the look of it. Yeah, there we go. Get ready for our next departure. 2 ready to go. And then you got another 2 waiting on the EOR. So here we go. Look at it go!
That was a quickish climb.
That was good, that. That was nice. Caught up with the other one.
I think he thought it was Friday.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was had a bit of a Friday feeling. Maybe they're confused because I'm here, you see.
Yeah.
I am the marker for Friday. Anyway, right, what else? I think the other two are going as well. Let's have a look. They're on the move. Oh, well, I've lost an F-35. I thought there was 4. Okay, it looks like it's just the one. I've lost an F-35 somewhere.
Stealth.
Yep, stealth kicking in. Oh, is that it there? I think it's there now. Yeah, I see it now. I found it. Yay. I found it.
Next to a hawk.
Yeah. That's 6 back out.
6 in the air, I think. Yep.
Very good morning, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Welcome to the show. Hope you're all well. Yeah, so yeah, it's as I mentioned earlier, it is Royal Air Force Station. Lakenheath, but of course it's operated by the United States Air Force. There are a lot of American things in here, so such as the vehicles. Even the paper is... when I had a certificate for Ted for his flight, the US size A4 is different to, let's say, the UK's A4. Money, some of the brands, the BX stores, all that, you know, there's lots of items from America here. So yes, it is, but of course, because of the land being in Britain, it is still, they still drive on the, because a lot of people think they drive on the other side. They don't, and that'll be done for good reason as well, because obviously trying to transition on a daily basis from left to right as soon as you go out onto the main road, that I can see that being a very strong issue there. But yeah, so that's why it's not called Lakenheath Air Force Base. It's Royal Air Force Lakenheath, and it's the only wing with a name as well as a number. I know, the 48 Fighter Wing, and that's all because in 1952, when they were reactivated after they were deactivated in the on the 7th of November 1945, when they moved back to America after the war. They were given wing status and moved to France, back to France, because they spent a lot of time, in fact, but pretty much nearly all of the, yeah, pretty much the operations of the Second World War were done in France and Belgium, and they moved back to France in 52 at Chaumont Air Base. There's a really good Facebook page actually with lots of amazing photos from 52 and onwards from Chaumont Air Base, especially with the 48th there. I've got a magazine with some of the 1950s aircraft of the 48th when they were over there. They became a tactical fighter wing. Lots of different names for different roles of what they do. It's quite fascinating, really is. Thousand likes, thank you very much. Thanks Davey for the update. There's Teddy. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? How we're good. Squadron leader Ted Coningsby on the controls. Here he is. And Remco DeVray, thank you very much. Guards March for your 21 months membership. Almost 2 years. Time flies when you're having fun, indeed. Paul Progue Marriott, Guards March, thank you very much for your 35 months membership. Hi Nikos, Ted, Mods and everyone. Oi oi from, is that the flag of Thailand? Graham Ledidcote, thank you very much. Graham Ledidcote, thank you very much. High five, Guards March. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Tracy Donny, high five, Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards March to you. And also, high five and a Guards March to Tracy Donny for another Guards March. Thank you very much. Nice. Thanks a lot, Davey. Boots 99 UK, thank you very much for your super Guards March. Spicy Wedges 74, thank you very much for your 10 months membership. Love the channel and proud TCS member. Thank you very much. Guards March. Off he goes. Quick cup of tea and then it's the read. Oh. Someone's gone flying. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Now I've got my jacket on. It's a little bit chilly again today. Started off really cold, freezing, and then it went all right, and then it went to, well, now it's gone a little bit on the old cold side. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the show. My name's Nikos, and yeah, it's not been a bad day really. How we doing? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the show, and all good. Welcome. Hope we're all well and enjoying it. And welcome to a Monday. Do you know what? It's really weird. It just feels like a Friday today because I'm here. But welcome. So last on Friday when we were last here, spoke about the history of the Royal Air Force here. Okay, so the Royal Air Force operations. But now I want to go in a lot more in detail of the 48th and how they began and what happened as well. So I'll keep it a little bit brief as well because I could really spend a few hours here. So that'll be all good and well. So yeah, I could spend a few hours just talking about the 48th and breaking it down, but hopefully I can just bring it into sort of more of a digestible amount. But you know, it's all exciting, isn't it? But like I said, we need to go back to the 15th. Remember, the number 15 pops up quite a lot on the show with the 48th, but the 15th of January 1941. Now, the war had already began, you know, September, the outbreak, the invasion on the 1st of September of 1939, and then the declaration of war from the 3rd of September 1939. But during that time, America was neutral, and if I remember, I showed you the sort of the Air Force insignia, the star, the national star, and the roundel, and the evolution of the United States Army Air Force's roundel. You'll notice during that period they were having the American flag, okay, on their aircraft. They didn't really have a military roundel to operate with at that time. However, of course, as you know, things changed. They did have indeed World War I insignias and markings and roundels, okay. But 15th of January 1941, the 48th Bomb Group Light, in the brackets Light, they were activated at Hunter Field in Georgia. Now these were 54 activations, okay, and they were called the First Aviation Objectives. All right, so these were put in place for a let's just be prepared, let's get some sort of organisation of a just in case. Now there were indeed original squadrons that were, or units that were put into this bomb group or bombardment group. Bombardment group, it's the same thing, it's just shortened. That's pretty cool. That's going to the Hush House, that. Oi oi. Nice. That's off to the Hush House. Right, so the 48th Bombardment Group Light, first of all. Now, the four squadrons that were activated were the 55th, 56th and 57th Bombardment Squadron Light, okay, and a fourth one, the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron. Now, I've got here the original, almost complete. Still haven't done the fourth one because I ain't got a clue what it is. I'll just turn this round so I can show you the original insignias of these three, until I've worked out what the fourth one is at the moment. But you may notice, you may be familiar with that one, you know that one, but it was indeed the original insignia of the 55th, all right, and the 56, you may have seen that before, and certainly you may have seen the 57th. This bird here, definitely a bird. Forget this aardvark. This was for the 9th reconnaissance, but ignore that one because I think it looks like a bird. It's very pixelated. That one really pixelated with that. So I'm doing my best to work out what bird it could be. Really hard. Anyway, a year later, things changed for those 4 squadrons. Let's go with the 9th. The 9th became the 88th bomb squadron dive, and the other 3 units, they just changed from light to dive. So the 55th bomb squadron dive. The reason for this light dive, there's also M for medium, H for heavy, which like the 100th bomb group, is to do with the role that they play, what they're actually going to do. All right, so that was a year later. And then in 1943, these were given new numbers. Okay, so it's still the same lineage, still the same bloodline, shall we say. All right, the 55th became the 492nd, 56 became the 493rd, 57 became the 494th, and the 9th, which came the 88th, were now to the 495th. You know those numbers, they're here now today, right? So they became, they were given another designation called fighter bomb squadrons, all right? So the 48th became the fighter bomb group, okay? So that was the new designations. Now, in March of 1944, the 495th moved to the 407th fighter group. But let me just show you, because I've promised this and I don't want to forget this time. I'm going to show you the types of aircraft that they were operating. So you got the they were operating they were a training unit at the time. And what they would do, they would actually use the 48th as a training group, train the airmen, and then they'll go off to front line, for example, okay? They were operating aircraft such as the A-24, A-31, A-35, P-39. Hello. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you. P-40, which is here. I've got a P-40 here. And then eventually their weapon that would take them onto the Second World War was indeed the P-47 Thunderbolt. Oh yeah, powered by, literally it's like the A-10 Thunderbolt, but instead of being built around its gun, well, it was in a way around its guns, shall we say. This was built around its engine, the P-47 Thunderbolt. It really was an absolute beauty. This was the final stages before they went into front line, and it was powered by a wonderful Pratt & Whitney R2800, 2,000 horsepower with a 300 horsepower boost. Nicknamed the Jug, it was in a league of its own, literally was. And I say it was powered by its gun. It had a good speed of 426 miles per hour, just 10 miles per hour short of an A-10 Thunderbolt, really. Service ceiling of over 42,000 feet, but it had 8 50 cals M2 Browning machine guns, 425 rounds per gun. That's 3,400 rounds in total. That's when they fired all of this, it would slow down by about 25 miles per hour. It literally was a beast. It can take even 2,500 or 1,100 kilos of bombs, or 2,500 pounds. Can even take 10 5-inch HVAR unguided rockets as well. It was an absolute beaut, the P-47. I'd love to fly in one. Did they make a 2-seater? So I'd love to go in one. Yes, they made a bubble canopy, and this one I'm featuring the Razor canopy. And the reason why now, I'm going to show you this as well, my trusty diagram of the P-47, because it had a beautiful engine. Let's show it off. There it is. And that intake at the front was massive. Oh, hello. Take off. Talk history, get aircraft. Look at this beaut. I love this. know where those two came from.
No.
So it must be 8 then.
8 inside mode.
Yeah. Yeah, 8.
But no 15s.
No. Yeah, that is true. Really sharp cold wind that's hovering up here.
Easterly, yeah, it's not clever. Is it?
Still, nice to see A-10s, right? That was a lovely bonus. I didn't realise they both had sharp bows.
Yeah, yeah.
In fact, so does this. I wonder if that's the same squadron. Right. Right, I'm back. Let's. Where were we? How we're doing? Right, so we got as far as 1944. Here we go. So let's have a quick look again at the P-47. Just have a little bit of a breakdown with the engine, the R2800. 30 gallons of this extra boost. So you may have seen the classic Fast and the Furious with the NOS, nitrous oxide. Well, this didn't have NOS, but what it did have was an alcohol and water tank mixture in this water tank here. And what this did, it gave a boost, a little bit like nitrous oxide. Now you're probably thinking adding water to pistons would not a good idea. However, it's about the cooling process of pistons, making them a lot more effective and a lot more powerful in that respect because of the cooling method of it. So the pilots can use that as a boost during rough weather, or if they're going to be engaged in aerial combat. But that intake at the front is massive. I've seen photos. Obviously don't try this at home and get yourself stuck in an air intake of a P-47 if you are fortunate enough to have one nearby. But I've seen photos of ground crew inside the intake just because they could, because it was so big. But the way the engine would work, I mean, classic Pratt & Whitney, isn't it? Look at that. The air would get sucked in here, work its way right at the back, literally, and it would meet the supercharger. Yes, they had superchargers and turbochargers and intercoolers, and the air would get compressed, okay, into here. They'll compress the air, and then it feeds its way back over here. It will meet the intercooler, so it cools the air down, so from the compression, and feeds that hot air into the and cool the air down into the exhaust collection ring. Amazing, absolutely incredible type of thing. And these are the markings of the 48th with their squadron. So the 492nd were actually tail flash red, okay, not blue in the Second World War. F4 were the markings, I7 for the and blue for the 493rd, and 494th had 6M, and they were yellow. So if you ever saw the Heritage jets, 3 of them, a few years back, the colours would catch you out if you didn't understand that the colours were actually representing of their World War II colours. But yeah, an 18 cylinder, just to put you in a perspective, an R2800 double wasp engine, 18 cylinder air cooled, that's 46 litres as opposed to a Spitfire with 27 litres. So this is a beast. This is massive. It's an extra, almost 20 extra litres. So it was quite an impressive engine on the P47. So this is what they were using pretty much right through the Second World War, the P47 Thunderbolt, which is absolutely staggering. It really is. So yes, so they set sail on the 20. Let the beat control your body. If that's your car alarm. So we have a bit of F-15 car alarms going off here. So yeah, 21st of March 1944, 3 of the squadrons set sail, some on the Ile-de-France, some on the Queen Mary. Now I say 3 of the squadrons because on the 1st of April of 1944, the 495th, who moved in March to their new group, 407th, which I've often said that is probably because of the way they arranged the squadrons and groups and wings, etc. They moved them to another group, but they became inactive. Just to give you into perspective of how detailed the actual construction and organisation of the Air Force is, let me just show you something then. So what they did, I'm going to take the 8th Air Force, maybe I should do the 9th Air Force markings, but this is an example of the 8th Air Force, okay? So you have an Air Force, let's take the 8th, and they had an air division. They had 3. Okay, now you may have seen these on B-17s and B-24s. Triangle was the 1st Air Division, Circle, 2nd Air Division, Square, 3rd Air Division. Now you know that the Square D from Mildenhall, so now you know the 100th Bomb Group were actually part of the 8th Air Force and the 3rd Air Division. They also had fighter groups, 3 squadrons per group. So this could be why they moved the 495th. It could be. It's just one of my reasons. The one roundel saving lives was put into place in 1941. They made that critical decision by 1942 to have the one roundel, which I've explained before. Just to give you an idea, each division as well, so each of these 3 divisions, they had their own attached fighter wings to protect them, because that was their duty, was really the ramrod was to escort them. Just to give you an idea of what the 1st Air Division looks like, there's the bomb wings. They were allocated to bomb wings, okay? So you got the 1st bomb wing, 40th bomb wing, and they had 3 groups on these, okay? 64 fighter wing were attached to the 3rd, so on and so on. I'll show you the other divisions as well. This is the 2nd Air Division, usually on B-24s, the circle letters there, look. Again, the 2nd Air Division, they had the 65th fighter wing, and with that they had 4 groups that would look after them. There they are, check them out. The 66th fighter wing for the 3rd Air Division. Just to give you a bit more details, look, there it is, there's the 2nd Air Division, their wings, and remember that the 48th were not a wing yet. Let's have a look what else we've got here. Have I got another one? Oh yeah, here we go. There's the 8th Air Force's 3rd Air Division. You can see the 100th Bomb Group. They were part of the 13th Bomb Wing. See? There we go. What have I done here? Oh yeah, and then of course you got the squadrons, and that's their squadron markings: XL, LN, EP, LD for each of their of the 100. There you go. Hope you like that. What else have I got here? Have I got anything else? Oh, there you go. There's the Roundel history. Look at that. But there we go. That's just that's what I mean. I can go on for hours and hours talking about the 48th, but we would need a few hours, literally. So back to our P-47, because this played a massive role for them. And so the 48th and the 3 squadrons, they moved to RAF Ibbsley. They were allocated to the 9th Air Force, and they were allocated to the 70th Fighter Wing. All right, so they were a group within a wing, so they weren't a wing status. The 70th Fighter Wing, of course, are a wing. Actually, I'd like to do some history. Where are they now, the 70th Fighter Wing? What are they doing? Let's find out. Okay, so they carried out rigorous training program designed to train them on their future important role, which was dive bombing, close air support, night flying, glide bombing. I think they even did smoke laying as well. Low-level attacks, reconnaissance and patrol. Now on the 30th of May, again, the final time, they dropped the title bomber. So the group were no longer a fighter bomber group, they were the fighter group. So the squadrons were fighter squadrons. 492nd to the 494th, they were fighter squadrons now. They took part on D-Day, all the training put into action. They bombed bridges, gun positions, destroying vehicles, railway lines, visual reconnaissance, close air support, supporting the army on the ground, so that they gained back the ground. They gained back and took back France. 2,000 sorties they took over. And on the 18th of June, 1944. So yeah, they took part on D-Day, and then 12 days later they even moved to a new base, Dujamu. In July 44, the 48th carried out more airstrikes to help the First Army break through the German positions at St. Lo in France. They took out tanks and gun positions. They moved to Cambrai in August, then moved to Belgium and used their 10,000-foot runway at St. Trond the following month. So by September they were operating from Belgium, and in September they supported in Operation Market Garden. I think they even did Operation Lumberjack as well. And when it got to December, things got a bit tense in December by then, because they were really deep into enemy territory by then. Troops of the 9th Army on the 6th of December were pinned down in Jülich in Germany, and they were stuck by a soccer field. And this story I learnt from Ed Cottrell, legend, who sadly passed away at 103 last March. Was it last March? Not the one gone, the one before, last year, 2025. The 48th, with the legend Ed Cottrell, who ended up having 65 missions with the 48th, and he took off at tree top level height. And Ed Cottrell in his P-47, flying at 325 miles per hour at 200 feet, led by Major Stanley Latiolis. They had their delayed bombs and strafed the ground, and it was a great success. And Ed, when he got back, he was shown that he had 40 bullet holes in his P-47 there. And the one we nearly lost Ed on the 17th of December 1944. They had another mission, the 493rd, the Grim Reapers. They had to attack a bridge, and then tanks were spotted. They took out the tanks, however, the worst, right, so the P-47, beautiful. And the thing is, all experienced World War II pilots will tell you that you need to drop your drop tanks, okay, when you're engaging in combat. Fine, that's cool, but when you're engaging in a dive, okay, to drop the bombs, to take out the tanks, the worst time you could ever be attacked on, if this was the weakness of the P-47, are you ready? The weakness was a bit late now, but the weakness for the P-47 is about when it's diving, is to catch it when it's just about to pull up. It's got no speed, and what happened? 109s attacked Ed Cottrell's P-47 and managed to destroy it in such a way that all the oil spluttered. Now, I've often said the air-cooled engines are amazing. They can take a lot of damage in fact, Ed lost 9 cylinders, all right? 9 cylinders, can you imagine that? But the way the radial piston engines would work are just superb. They can keep going even though you'd lost all your cylinders pretty much. If it was liquid cooled, like for example the Spitfire, if you get shot in your cowlings here and you get hit in one of those coolant pipes, you're in shit, that's the end. It's gonna heat up your engine and you gotta go. But the thing is with Ed, when they attacked his P-47, he was just about to pull up and he knew he was in trouble. He released the drop tank and it was spluttering, covered in oil on his visor. He opened the canopy just to get some light, and then to his horror, 2 109s, one either side. But he was too high, he was too low to bail out. And what he did, he radioed in his commander and said, I'm a lot of bother here. But to his delight and to his disbelief, the 2 109s, I don't know, they must have thought, well, he's going down anyway. They saluted him and just let him go. But Ed actually made it back. And when he landed back, he got out, kissed the ground, and contacted Pratt & Whitney and told them what a life-saving engine they made. So that's there's some fantastic stories out there. You'll have to catch them out. They're actually you'll have to catch them. They're absolutely fantastic. They are really, really amazing stories. So that was pretty much it for the 48th, with a few more. They had another 5 months to go in France. Is that our F-35? So yeah, so I'm gonna have to continue in a bit because I think we've got F-35s coming. I can hear them. Oh, yeah, here they come. Good timing. Right, part 2 of the history in a moment. So the 48th, they just carried on, and one of the things I was really fascinated about is to hear Ed Cottrell's stories of, you know, at the latter parts, the last remaining months of the war, and he was telling me some of the inexperienced Luftwaffe pilots that he came across, because of course they were in serious trouble. You know, Germany was falling, and they had to quickly train these youngsters, literally get them up in the skies as quick as possible. They were so inexperienced. They were telling me that his airfield at St. Trond came under attack, and they were making so many errors that they were wiped out, and Ed didn't even get off the ground. They were doing so many maneuvers wrong. They didn't release their drop tanks. Anti-aircraft fire would hit their drop tanks and explode. They were just coming in too low, or steep dive, completely incorrect. They actually destroyed themselves. It's amazing to hear so many variations and sides of everything, you know, when it comes to that. Distinguished unit citations, and even an award from Belgium as well. They picked up a couple, I think, of DUCs. We'll have to find out the full list actually. But they played a major part over there. Like I said, they were part of the 9th Air Force. These ones aren't going down the catwalk, so that'll make a nice little transition. see the catwalk in use. I know we got the get to see them going back. Yes, they picked up the European Theatre of Operations, DUC, for World War II and for Germany as well, so they got 2. And I believe they got one in Belgium as well, if I remember. Maybe it was the 493rd. Pretty sure I've seen one from Belgium. Sighted in Orders of Day, Belgium Army, yes. They got 3 of those, they were sighted. Honours conferred for the 492nd. Oh, we got more. Looks like they're all coming back now. Look at this. Yeah. It's a nice perspective, this, seeing a low approach from this angle. Oh yes, going up for a yeah, that's right. So that's going up for a PFO. That was good, wasn't it? That was beautiful. I think they were looking for Ted, all right. Or trying to do my hair. Oh, it's nice that. And the wind's just. Yeah. Oh, so they're doing it. If they're doing a PFO, they'll come straight down. Let me have a look, see if I can spot them. There's a little gap in, little blue sky.
Yeah.
Might get lucky through there, maybe. What do you reckon? Oh, is that an F-15? I can hear.
Hang on.
It's really difficult because the wind is blowing away, isn't it? Oh, here they are. High and dry, 2-ship. Yeah, that was definitely F-15s. I heard something anyway. Oh, goodness me, now I've got 2 to deal with over my head. Here we go. I know. Nice initial and brake. Lovely.
An echo from behind.
Hi, it's amazing, isn't it? It just goes, it sort of washes over there. It's amazing. Oh no, there's a plastic bag over there. Yeah, I love that. Oh, here we go again. Oh yeah, ribbons and all. Nice. Crisp. Nice. It's amazing to... it's amazing, ladies and gentlemen, I always find it just fascinating that this very wing and their, you know, their flying components, their legacy, has had such rich history and involvement and success through the Second World War. That's right. It's it is fascinating, and that's just the Second World War component. A lot of the groups, the fighter groups, a lot of them did become inactive, but things weren't looking good though in Europe after the war, and of course many were reactivated and given wing status, a reorganisation, a regroup, and it was indeed the 48th that were given wing status. They became inactive on the 7th of November of 1945, went back to America, and that was it. They became inactive in America, but 7 years later they were given wing status, reactivated and moved to France at Chaumont Air Base, and they were given their very first ever jet aircraft, ladies and teddy bears. Put in the comments, go, what was their first jet aircraft? That was a good one, isn't it? It's a good little quiz. What was the first jet aircraft of the 48th? That's right, go for it. Have a go, have a little go there now. They were actually activated as the fighter bomb wing, so the squadrons, just the three of them still, they became the fighter bomb squadrons, the 492nd, 493rd and 494 fighter bomb squadrons. The wing was the fighter bomb wing. And they moved back to France in July of 1952 at Chaumont. Muddy acres of fields and land with... did have a concrete runway and a handful of shack buildings and that classic 1950s, those little cabins with that tiny little thin barrier that you see in movies depicting 1950. There's exactly, I've seen the photos, they look exactly that. And it was it was amazing to even see that. But ladies and teddy bears, the 48th and their three squadrons were operating their first ever jet aircraft, and I'm going to give you a few moments. I think we've got, no, that's it. Okay, so the first ever jet aircraft, ladies and teddy bears, was indeed made by Republic. It was indeed the Republic F-84. That's right, that's the correct answer. Their first ever jet aircraft. And there it is in all its glory. Look at this. In fact, I've done well to keep it in its condition like that. At a length of 38 feet 1 inches, a wingspan of 36 feet and 5 inches, 11.10. Lots of people getting excited. There are F-15s on startup. Nice one. And powered by one Allison J-35 A-29 turbojet. About the same sort of power as a Red Arrow's Hawk at 5,600 pounds of thrust. Could do 622 miles per hour, and with a range of about 670 miles. That had a good surface ceiling of over 40,000 feet. Had 6 guns as well, 50-inch, 12.7mm M3 Browning machine guns, 300 rounds per gun. It could take rockets as well, up to 32 5-inch rockets. It could also take 4,000 pounds of bombs, including a Mark 7 nuclear bomb as well, actually, on these as well. But this was their first ever jet aircraft, the F-84, ladies and teddy bears. Oh yeah! In fact, they did so well with this, and they were it was a birth of a new aerobatics team. I know, right? They found... Oh, there are more. Anyway, see in a bit. Hang on. I knew there was more. I could hear them. But yeah, they founded the Skyblazers aerobatics team, and it was flown by the 492nd Fighter Bomb Squadron. Hello. Where are you going? so they founded the Skyblazers aerobatics team. Really, really cool with the F-84. And in 1954, they had a new toy, a new aircraft, which was indeed the F-86 Sabre. Now that, I'll show you in a moment of the changes of design, because that was something that they discovered in ways of looking at what the enemy had. In some ways, the swept wing gives you more speed. You've only got to look up the likes of the ME-262 late in the Second World War to understand that concept, and then of course the earlier MiGs with their swept wing was becoming a bit of a trend. Right, so you should be seeing F-15s very shortly. So the 492nd continued the Skyblazers aerobatics team with the F-86 as well. I'm looking forward to seeing the F-86 this year at air shows. I think it's at the Old Buckingham, isn't it? Is it making an appearance at the Old Buckingham and Cosford? I'd love to see it fly. I know it was out and about last year. Something that I want to add to my, you know, when there's like a list of aircraft that you want to see. I know it's an F-86. And that'll do me fine, that'll do me fine. Yeah, so their next aircraft, the F-86, was literally an aircraft that was designed really in a way to counter the swept wing Soviet MiG-15. That was the idea of the concept, and it was indeed the F-86 Sabre, which was their next aircraft. Transitioned in May of 1954. They continued and became the official wing to operate the official aerobatics team of USAF, the United States Air Force in Europe, which was indeed the Skyblazers. They carried out their first official displays, on what a day to do it on Independence Day, the 4th of July 1954, carried out their first displays. Now, I've often mentioned, and you may have seen, you know, the Liberty Wing or Statue of Liberty Wing or Statue de la Liberté, as it's written on their station insignia or their station crest. And the thing is, it was given that name. They had a ceremony, they had all these things going, because they realized, I'll just show you the F-86 by the way. There's our F-86 that they were operating from May of 1954, the F-86 Sabre, to counter the MiG-15. It was a little bit faster by a lot, by about 65 miles faster by sweeping those wings. The engine was the, oh gosh, I've forgotten the engine. It was a General Electric J47 GE 27 turbojet engine. A little bit more thrust, only by about 300 pounds more. That's not a lot, but it gained an extra 67 miles per hour, so 5,910 pounds of thrust. It could do 687 miles per hour, had a combat range of 414, service ceiling of nearly 50,000 feet. It could have 6 guns, 50-inch M3 Browning machine guns, 1,800 rounds in total. It could take a variety of rockets, bombs. It had all sorts of, I think it had 4 external hard points on this as well. Bombs could be mounted onto the outer pylons as well. It could take drop tanks, napalm canisters, all sorts of things on here. But there we go. So it was operating this from May 54. Now, I mentioned briefly about the Statue of Liberty wing. They were given the name, and they are today the only United States Air Force wing with a name as well as a number. And the reason for that, because Chaumont is about 25 miles away from Bartholdi's workshop. Bartholdi was the man behind the design and building of the Statue of Liberty. Hence, they're called the Statue of Liberty wing. And they did a whole ceremony. And with the mayor, hello, where are you going? It's going the other way. The F-35 can spin on a dime in one go like that there now. So yes, 1956, the first wing to operate the F-100 Super Sabre as well. They were operating that. And yeah, they were officially, there was a ceremony, a party, and in 1956, I think they raised money to make a 3-meter replica of the Statue of Liberty. And there's one here as well. There's one at Chaumont, and there's one here as well. So that's why they're called the Statue of Liberty wing, not because they're American. It's because of where they were, where they were next stationed at Chaumont. So 1956, a new aircraft, the F-100 Super Sabre, becoming the first USAF unit to operate the F-100D Super Sabre. Ah, yeah, which I've got here in just a moment. Now that will be their, oh gosh, that, I'm just trying to get you that model. That'll be the first ever afterburning, sorry about the wobble everywhere. That'll be the first afterburning engine. Oh yeah, which I've got just here. And let me see, have we got F-15s down there yet? They're coming. They're not far away. Definitely not far away. And they should be here in just a moment. So yes, F-100, here we go. There we go. That's what they were operating. Beautiful, beautiful aircraft actually, the F-100. Look at it. Absolutely incredible. And while they were operating this, they became inactive in 57 very briefly, towards the latter stages of 1957. And in 58, they were retitled to the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing. And of course, as you know the trend now, the squadrons became Tactical Fighter Squadrons. Okay, so the 492nd, 493rd and the 494th Tactical Fighter Squadron. So the wing became the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing. The F-100 that they were operating, wingspan 38 feet 9 inches, length of 50 feet precisely, and it was powered by a Pratt & Whitney J57. It was the 21 and 21A afterburning turbojet engine, and it produced with afterburner a whopping 16,000 pounds of thrust with afterburner, and it was their first supersonic jet as well. It could go Mach 1.4, but that's 924 miles per hour, 50,000 feet service ceiling. It had 4 guns, 2 420mm, the M39A1 revolver cannons, 6 hard points as well, missiles. It could take 4 AIM-9s, could take AGM-12 bullpup, 2 of them. It could also take Mark 28, Mark 38 and Mark 43 nukes as well, so it could take quite a fair bit as well on that. Amazing. However, things changed in France, and the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing were no longer able to operate at Chaumont Air Base. So guess what? Well, in 1960, the Beatles formed. In 1960, 15th of January, the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing with their 3 squadrons came here. They were operating the F-100D Super Sabre here. How cool is that? And they came it. Now, the F-100s had camo on. It wasn't bare metal. Get it, bear? Like teddy bear? No. It was a camo. And they brought with them a new marking system for the tail. By then, the colours, by the way, were the ones that we have today. So, for example, yellow for the 493rd, blue for the 492nd, and red for the 494th. Do you like the way I did that completely random? Because why not? But they had a different tail code system. Now, you know today it's LN. It took a while to get to that. 1960, where they were here, they had LR, LS, and LT. Now, the second letter was the squadron. So, LR was the 492nd. LS for the 493rd and LT for the 494th, and you can see a camo version red tail flash with LT at Newark Air Museum. All right, so there we go. But in the late 60s they did change that to the bare metal. All right, so there we go. And this lasted until 1972. All right, because in 1972 they had ex-Vietnam these F4 Phantoms. There we go. These were here in 1972. They were probably ex-Operation Bolo, weren't they, or something like that, were they? Perhaps, could be, just at a guess. But they were operating these, the J79, again, twin-engine turbofan, F4 Phantom, McDonnell Douglas beauty, and it is a beauty, the Spook. She is an absolute beauty, really is. A lot of people do love this. The RAF certainly used it, but it was a Spey engine version because the RAF had a different engine. Davey, I knew. Oh, I knew it, man. I knew I'd be getting a photo. Thanks, man. Yeah. Oh, love it, love it. But absolutely beautiful. I mean, first flight of one of these, 27th of May 1958. That's just fantastic, isn't it? There were, of course, the Royal Air Force variants as well, but it certainly was used quite extensively. Had a lot of history. This loads of history. But the engine for the United States Air Force 2 J79s G17A with afterburner, 17,845 pounds. It could do Mach 2.23. If I remember correctly, because I don't really talk about much of these, some didn't have the cannon, right? Some had the cannon, and some didn't. I think it was the E model had a 20mm M61 Vulcan cannon, which is what the F-16 and the F-15 have even today. It is a fantastic cannon, that as well. Really love that cannon. But anyway, it could take 640 rounds. It could take all sorts of payload on this thing. It really could. Crazy fuel capacity for its, you know, what it was. You know, it was a completely, you know, it could take up to about 18,650 pounds, if I remember. 9. I mean, if you have a look, I think it's got 9. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 external hard points with an additional drop tanks, I think it was. Yeah, 9 hard points, which is quite impressive, really. Cluster bombs, laser guided bombs, all sorts of things. AIM-9s, classics, Sparrows, Mavericks, AGM-62, Mark 84, GBU-10s, GBU-12s, Rockeyes, B-43 and B-57s, all sorts of things, literally all sorts of stuff that can be taken. Now, the 2-digit tail code system, that changed for Lakenheath. Now, on my talks, I do tell you about the old and original tower was over here, and when they demolished that, I'm going to tell you something quite interesting, actually. There's a natural spring, and it's still there today. It is the backbone to life, that water supply, that natural spring, which is still here today, which gave the settlements here, which is why it's got such a big stronghold. Like I said in my other, I'm not going to cover it today. You'll have to go on Friday stream, and I'll talk about the Anglo-Saxons, and I've even shown you some Anglo-Saxon history here. I'll talk about when it went the Ice Age and the Cretaceous period as well, but we'll leave that for now. But where the old tower was, it had the old airfield code, which was LK, and they actually applied that to the Phantoms, but they realised they couldn't use LK because they gave it to Little Rock, which I think operate the C-130s in America. So they couldn't use it, but the original World War II, and you can see it on Google Earth, even now, I'm sure someone will put in the what three words to locate it, or the coordinates, but it's still there today, the original LK. Even Coningsby has the original CY on there, where the old tower used to be. Or in fact, yes, and also Marham, I think, still has it. If you look at some of my lost airfields, it's got Metheringham still got it, exactly, because it had a 2-digit airfield system in the Second World War as well for the Royal Air Force, but that's another story. But they only had it in 1972, so the Phantoms came in 1972, and they put in LK, but then they changed it a year later. But it wasn't actually 12 months. They changed it to LN, which is what we have today. And in 1975, that was the end for the Phantom. So only a 5-year stint the Phantom had. So what came next in 1977? Wow, 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 wow. What came next was something extraordinary. A long-range strategic bomber. That's what came next. Davey is getting a bit excited because indeed, I'm pretty sure it's, I think it's one of Davey's favourite aircraft. That's right, the F-111 Aardvark. That is General Dynamics F-111 Aardvark. I think they had the F variant here, if I remember correctly. Number built, actually, hang on a minute. Let me just think of something. The person hang on. The person behind the design of this, all right, which took its first flight, by the way, on the 21st of December 1964. Hang on. Yes. In 1969, at Lakenheath, who was also a pilot for the Steeple Morden Strafers. I've got it somewhere here, actually. I always forget his name. Silly me. Give me 1 second. It's just occurred to me that I do forget it, and because I don't mention it in a long time. Hang on a minute, I'll find it in 2 ticks. The commander of basically the commander of Lakenheath in 1969 was involved in the development program for the F-111, and I always forget his name. How that's bad. That's terrible, isn't it? Sorry, that's bad of me. Where is he? 1969. Something brown. It might have been Brown. Hang on. Hang on. I'm still here. You're gonna have to wait a minute. Or was it 1968? Sorry about this. I've totally lost it. He's lost it. He's gone. I can't find it anymore. Bear with me a minute. I will get the facts in just a moment. Oh, I did have it. I'm really sorry about this. This is Nikos is stumped here for a minute. There, yeah, Brown. There we go. Colonel Henry W. Brown, 2nd of June, 1969, commander of Lakenheath. He was actually. So I did say Brown. I did say it. He was actually involved. Here we go. Here's the F-15s finally. Yay, bed Teds. Yay. Right. Oh dear, I've lost the plot here, haven't I? Hey? So yeah, he was involved, and he was literally the commander here as well. So he was involved in the aardvark, in the development of it, and ended up being the commander at Lakenheath in 1969, which is kind of cool, isn't it? There you go. So I did get it right, and he was I remembered his name. He was actually a top pilot for the Steeple Morden Strafers as well, which again I'll recommend to watch our Steeple Morden RAF Steeple Morden show as well on our lost airfields. But this Mach 2.5, a long-range strategic bomber, with again had the M61 Vulcan cannon, powered by two Pratt & Whitney TF30s 100 afterburning turbofans as well. They produced 25,100 pounds of thrust. That's so far their most powerful aircraft in their history that they were using. And I'm just going to go on to the F-15s just in case I you know, have a hawk moment. I'll try not to get it blurry so you lose your vision there, as I normally do. But yeah, a cracking aircraft, it really is. And not only in 1977 did they switch to that, they actually welcomed back the 495th. So since 1944, inactive, and they arrived here, back with the 48th. That's what, 33 years later, they were reactivated and here at Lakenheath once more. So finally, Lakenheath's 48th were reunited with their 4 original squadrons. I mean, how amazing is that? And it's 40 years anniversary on the 14th into the 15th of April 1986 of the Libyan raids, the El Dorado Canyon, the longest combat raid in history of that time, a 14-hour flight. It's an amazing story of well, how they did it is amazing, really is. Now it was literally 9 days before that. Long story short, there was a terrorist attack, and it killed Americans, and that was it. Reagan was like, that does it. And targets were strategic points, and you know, it was against Gaddafi of Libya, and they had all these targets to get his house, everything. And the US Navy with their F-14 Tomcats, I think F-18s as well, you know, A-6 and A-7s, and of course a Hawkeye as well. And first in with the United States Air Force to take out these targets with the help of electronic jamming from EF-111 aardvarks from Upper Hayford. Now, one of the most annoying things, it was going to be a secret raid. However, the media were all over Mildenhall, so that kind of they were worried. I think it was broadcasted, which and I think they were refueled 8 times. I think in total 16 times, 8 there, 8 back, on a 7-hour journey there and 7-hour back, 14 hours. These guys came back so fatigued, looked like an octopus had just been washed up, and I mean that with respect. They had so much sweat. They were so drained of concentrating because the F-111, it did have autopilot, but they had to sit really, really, really close. And check this out, ladies and gentlemen. I mentioned this before because I've been looking into it. They had to refuel in radio silence. The autopilot on an F-111 wasn't great, and they had to hide behind those tankers, the KC-10s and the KC-135s, so that it wouldn't show up like a swarm of F-111s, right? So 6 took off first from me, and then another 18 went with them, and then plus you got the EF-111. I think 4 Spark Barks went, various targets. Some missed, but majority was a success. However, sadly, Karma 5-2, unfortunately, the 2 were lost. Never forget them, ladies, gents, teddy bears. In fact, because of this as well, in September of 1986, the 48th were awarded the Navy Meritorious Unit Commendation, awarded to the 48th by the US Navy Secretary John Lehman, and the only United States unit to receive this award. It is amazing. I mean, like I said, it's a US Navy award going to United States Air Force. In 1991, of course, we had the first Gulf War, but the 495th became inactive. The F-111s retired again, they became inactive, and the 48th dropped the tactical title, so too did the squadrons, and they became the 48th Fighter Wing. And in 1992, just the two squadrons, the 492nd and the 494th, received the F-15E Strike Eagle, their first sort of air-to-air combat aircraft, their first sort of fighter aircraft in a way. All right. The 493rd became inactive as well until 1994, where they received the F-15Cs and eventually later received the D models. On the 24th of March 99, Operation Allied Force, it was strikes against Serbian targets. This was in 72 hours, the 493rd Expeditionary Fighter Squadron, well, they bagged 4 aerial victories: Knife 1-3, Edge 6-1, and call sign Dirt 2-1 with 2 MiG-29s. Hence, MiG killers. Oh, do I not have my F-15E? Ah, I haven't got it here with me today. Unless it took off. Well, there we go. So there was that. And then in 2006, we also had helicopters here. And we had the 56 Rescue Squadron with the HH-60 Payhawks. And then joining them with the 57th Rescue Squadron as well. But they eventually moved to Aviano in 2018. And then finally, on the 15th of December 2021, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome back the 495th. However, they needed a new nickname. How did they do that? Well, the 495th were actually called the Thundervarks during the time of operating the F-111, hence Thundervarks, Aardvark, get it? Actually went out to the public to choose, and I think it was a few hundred names, such as daggers, archangels, but because of the Norse link here, the Vikings, etc., the Anglo-Saxons, they went with Valkyries, and that's why they're called the Valkyries. It was picked out of suggestions from the public. How cool is that? A year later, the 493rd became inactive and reactivated with the F-35A as well. So the 495th brought with them on the 15th of December 2021 the F-35A, making the 48th the first USAF wing to operate the F-35, and then a year later, 2022, the 493rd followed, and here we are today. And that is pretty much, in a nutshell, the whole history, just very quickly. Right, let's have a look at Davey's photos. Oh, nice, mate. Yeah, I love that. Oh, God, yeah, I love that. That's cool. Is that the... Yeah. Oh, wow. Davey, I've never noticed that, mate. It's got the Panthers on there, on the LT. It's actually got a Panther emblem. That's what I think it looks like. Oh, hello. Where do you think you're going? Wow. Where's this one going then?
yeah, okay.
What's your name?
Oh, I didn't realise they were actually departing now. That's fine. It's time to get nearly £60,000 of thrust. Oh yeah.
Was the ground shaking, Mum?
So we'll just catch these two here. I think that'll be our lot for the day. It's been good. It's been good fun. I hope you've all enjoyed it. Okay, 2 more to leave the floor. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Ready for departure. Oh man, it's a scene out of Top Gear. Look at this. Will the lorry win? Oh, well, it's just low, isn't it? Skim the van. Go on. Oh, look at this. Yeah. Yeah. we go. That's lovely. Ted's excited about that. Ted, you like that, mate? Yeah, I know. It's good, wasn't it? Ted's just doing a guards march for the 48 fighter wing. Why not? One for the wing. Big shout out to the 48th Medical. How you all doing in there? 48th Operations Support Squadron, the Fighter Generation Squadron, the Fighter Squadron, the Operations Groups. How are they all doing? The Lakenheath Fire Department as well. Simon Watchon, high five and a guards march. Thank you so much for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Scorcher, thank you very much for your 32 months membership. Rod Moyes with 19 months membership. Oi oi from San Diego. Oi oi to you. Dr. Soda, how you doing? Part of our spanner flight. Oi oi and happy Monday everyone. Guns up, absolutely. Guns up to you. Eddie Felson, high five. Lots of new members today. Nice one. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Hans Olav Mork with 25 months membership. Mildenhall is my favourite military airport in the UK. Yes, it is. I need to go back soon. Remco de Vries celebrating 21 months. I think I've done these ones, but never mind. Get an extra go. Right, I think we may have an early one today. I think Ted and I. Thank you very much for tuning in. I think that's yeah, Ted and I are going to finish up a little bit earlier than normal today. It's really uncomfortably cold today, so, and we've had pretty much everything today. A-10s, I know, right? You heard it. A-10s, F-35s, and F-15E Strike Eagles, and that's been pretty cool. Really good. I hope you enjoyed today, and don't forget, these are now on sale. Our new hoodies are out. Don't forget to visit tedconingsby.co.uk for the new hoodies. Oh yes, and they feature hang on, if I can show you them. Let me take this off. It's really cold today. Yeah, nice little emblem on the side. They're really nice and warm as well, and you can wear them in the you know, on sunny days as well. It's just enough. You know what I mean. You know what I mean, mate? Yeah, do check it out. In fact, check out our online store, and I'm also working on a new patch for this year, so hopefully get that out in the next couple of months as well. So there'll be some new things for you to enjoy, and hopefully a new t-shirt too. Right, ladies, gents, teddy bears, well, I hope you've enjoyed it. Teddy, where are you, mate? Big shout out to the 48 Fighter Wing. Also, I'm visiting wherever squadron and groups they came from, bless them, the A-10s, thank you very much. And all of our members and viewers, thank you so much. And I hope you've enjoyed it. A good start to the week at Lakenheath. Something a little bit different, right? We're normally here on a Friday, but we'll do it. Don't worry, we'll be here on Friday as long as the weather's good, yeah? So, listen, great start to Monday. That's how Monday should be. Lots of jet noise, yeah? Enjoy. Right, ladies and teddy bears, it's been wonderful, and thanks for tuning in. So my name's Nikos, I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Lakenheath. So, for the last time for today, it is see you soon, wish you well. See ya! That's right, Ted. Hit the button, mate. Hit the button. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2.
We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level Fighter Squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.